Marianne, because there's nothing ready to go. If you want to help Michelle,
Judge, I'm sorry.
I
Did
said
you
there's
say?
nothing ready to go. I don't know if you want to, if you need to help Michelle or if Michelle needs any assistance.
Good morning. The person who's identified as Fiona Archer. What case are you here for this morning?
I'm not sure what the word is, but I'm a guest for Nathan Barks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to leave you where you are, and just mute yourself, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. King.
Good morning.
Judge, good morning.
Good morning,
I
Michelle.
have several family members for Nathan Barks that want to observe. I explained to them that not everyone may probably get in, and I'll explain that you're live streaming. At least the mom would like to watch. Can I let her in?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Martin, I just want to confirm McCarron is on your docket today, correct?
It is on my docket at 8:15, and you're the first attorney to appear.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I think we were in front of Judge Oakley last time. That's all.
Hey, I'm here too, Judge.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. The first attorney on this case that has 3 attorneys involved.
No, I am the other McCarron case.
Darian is on the other McCarron case.
Wait, when did I thought somebody else was on McCarron's? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Fourier. I thought that was somebody else. I thought it was Reagan Lake.
It
Reagan
was,
took
but
the
she doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't work for the office anymore.
So if you all, I don't see Mr. McCarron yet. There's someone else in custody on our screen, and I haven't seen Mr. Polk this morning.
Wonderful. Well, we're here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. As soon as we see him, we'll get going.
Thanks, Judge.
The person who's identified as Galaxy A13. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Ms. Mosisian.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good too. Happy it's Wednesday.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What is your name, please?
Kerry Williams, Kerry Williams.
I see you, Mr. Williams. You're on our 8:30 docket, sir. Sit tight, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tuttles. Mr. Tuttles? Mr. Tuttles?
Yes, Your Honor, that computer wasn't connected.
I see, sir.
Okay, I'm going into another computer now. Okay. How you doing this morning? Good morning.
I am wonderful, sir. How have you been?
I've been fine. I've been fine.
Your client's here. He's the first one from Wayne County on our screen. Still waiting for the prosecutor
Okay.
for his case.
Do you know who is going to be?
Should be Miss Gillis.
Gillis, okay. Jane.
Have you spoken to your client or do you need to talk to him?
You could put us in a quick breakout room.
Miss Allen, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Are you here for a specific case?
I am here for the Nathan Barks case. I'm the Child Protective Service worker from Monroe DHHS.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I am. What's up? Yes. Yes, that's fine. I understand.
Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Gillis.
Morning.
hold on. Judge, I'm trying to find my volume. Hold on.
That's okay. Mr. Tuttles is in the breakout room with Mr. Devine. That's the first case I'll call.
Okay, I have a helper today. She's trying to, as soon as she logs on, she's going to take over and I'm going to send out discovery. So.
We're
Good morning.
recording
Good morning, Ms.
and we're
Gillis.
streaming, and we're streaming live.
Good morning.
There are other people on the Zoom for the same case, and the court's happy to have people here as long as you're able to be quiet. Don't, you know what I mean? No disturbances. Mr. Tuttles, were you ready?
Yes.
This is 220284FT. This is State of Michigan versus Damian Devine. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio D. Tuttles, on behalf of my client, that is one Mr. Damian Devine, who is physically not in your courtroom this morning. I do ask the court to waive Mr. Devine's physical presence. However, Mr. Devine is present via Zoom. Mr. Devine, can you state your name for the record and wave your hand?
Mr. Damian Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Devine. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Tuttles, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we do not have discovery as of yet. I would like to get an adjourned PCC date, give Ms. Gillis or her assistant an opportunity to get the discovery to me.
Would a 2-week adjournment be sufficient, Mr. Tuttles?
Can I do a 3-week, Your Honor? Because I know I have trials coming up, the first and
That's
second
fine,
week
Mr.
of May.
Tuttles. 3 weeks, Mary Ann puts us at.
May 18th at 8:30 with Judge Green.
Adjourn PCC date, May 18, 2022, 8:30 a.m. Courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. There's a notation on the file that discovery has been requested. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Oh, Your Honor, nothing else on behalf of the people.
Anything else, Mr. Tuttles?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Devine, we'll see you on May 18th with Judge Green, sir. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Madam Clerk, I have Santiago Esparza on camera 1.
Thank you. I have not seen Ms. Richards as of yet. Ms. Allen and Ms. Barks and Ms. Archer, if you would turn your cameras off, please. Thank you. Mr. Esparza, we're waiting for your attorney, sir. Good morning, Ms. Belcher.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm wonderful, ma'am. How have you been?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Are you here and ready on Ashton Brooks?
Yes, ma'am.
This is 220266FY, State of Michigan versus Ashton Brooks. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P80177, on behalf of Ashton Brooks. I am standing in for the attorney of record, Ben Gonick. Mr. Brooks, can you state your name and tell the court if I'm standing in with your permission?
Yes, I'm Ashton Brooks, and she's standing in with my permission.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC. When we were here last week, there was a request for discovery. Ms. Belcher, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, Mr. Gonick is in receipt of the discovery. We are requesting a live preliminary examination.
That live exam date will be
June 8th at 2:00.
Excuse me.
2020. Yes, sir.
Yes, I work afternoons at Chrysler. Is it any way I could get an earlier court date, like earlier in the morning type?
No, sir, we do exams in the afternoon.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mary Ann, June 8th at
2:00.
June 8th at 2:00 in courtroom number 1. Back with me, Judge Martin. Ms. Belcher, is your indication from Mr. Gonick that discovery is complete?
Yes, my understanding it is complete.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, I just did have a question about the co-defendant. I don't know if you want this case set with the co-defendant, if they're demanding an exam. I thought the co-defendant was in custody.
It is. It's Carrie Williams, and that's Ms. Richards' case.
Okay, I didn't know if
I have not.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's not Ms. Richards, it's Mr. Bickert. I haven't seen him yet this morning. If you and Mr. Brooks can stay until we're address that, or should we?
Actually, see my co-defendant on here.
Her attorney's not on, Mr. Brooks. What I can do, Your Honor, if it makes sense, my concern is just with the in custody defendant. I don't know if you're going to want an earlier court date. I can put my cell phone number in the chat. Mary Ann.
Yes.
Excuse me, my name is Kerry Williams. I'm not in custody.
Oh, you're out of custody. Okay.
Yeah, he's not in custody. He's on here right now.
He was in
My name is
custody
Kerry
last
Williams. I'm
time,
not
so
in
that's why I was concerned, Your Honor.
I see him. I'm just waiting for his attorney. You're going to
Okay,
put your cell phone number in for Mary Ann?
Yes, Judge, and if there are any issues with that June 8th date, I can jump back on.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else, Ms. Belcher?
No, Judge, thank you.
The only other matter is that when we were here last time, I advised Mr. Brooks that he has some outstanding monies due to the court, $836.40. If he has not yet contacted the court's collection department, he should do that.
Yeah, I contacted him. I got it. I'm still on the payment plan. I got the actual payment plans right here with me.
Mr. Brooks, I just have a note to remind you. I've now reminded you, unless Ms. Belcher has anything else, we're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
I'll see you on the 8th of June, sir.
All righty.
April Barks, please turn your video off. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Young.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Is your first case Omens at 9 o'clock, or do you have something earlier?
I just have Omens today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We're not quite there yet.
No problem.
Good morning, Mr. Shark. Still connecting, okay. Somebody might want to try to raise Ms. Richards so that Mr. Esparza can be seen and heard. Ms. Young, are you able to contact Ms. Richards directly?
Yeah, I can do that. I missed what, I heard the court say something about Ms. Richards, but do you just need her to sign on?
Yes, please. Her client's the one in custody on screen right now.
I'll text
Thank
her
you,
right
ma'am.
now.
Good morning, Mr. Weinberg. Are you ready to proceed with Mr. Good?
I am, Your Honor.
Have you filed an appearance in these matters?
Your Honor, we were just retained. We're filing it this morning.
This is 220292 SM and 220288 FT. These are both state of Michigan versus Franklin Jacob Good. May I have your appearances, please?
Hi, good morning.
Ms. Gillis, you're muted.
I think it's Ms. Bailey, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
For the record,
Appearance
Scott
in the
Weinberg.
Good matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your Honor, Scott Weinberg on behalf of Mr. Good, 45874. And I do see him on the screen. For the purposes of this PCC and pretrial, we do not object to do it by Zoom.
Mr. Good, now state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Franklin Jacob Good.
Thank you. The 0288 file is the felony file. Mr. Weinberg, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Yeah, I've talked to the prosecutor. We just obviously are coming in on this. We'd like to adjourn this for discovery. There is also videos of the in-car video and back at the station. We're going to request. My client would waive his right to have the PCC and hearing within the time period so we can get discovered.
The PCC will be adjourned to
May 11th at 8:45 with Judge Owen.
Your Honor, I apologize. I have an in-person hearing on May 11th. Could we do May 18th?
At 10:15 with Judge Green.
Thank you.
PCC is adjourned to May 18th, 2022 at 10:15 a.m. That's in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. There's a notation in the file that discovery has been requested. And Mr. Weinberg, if you would be kind enough to get those appearances filed, or would appreciate it greatly. Anything
Will do
else
that.
on behalf of the people in these matters?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Weinberg?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Good, May 18th at 10:15 a.m., sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you, Officer Brooks. Officer Adam To the gentleman with the glasses and the either orange or red shirt.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Your name, please.
Jeffrey Omens.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Young, are you ready to proceed in this matter?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. This is 210145 FD. This is State of Michigan versus Jeffrey Todd Omens. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Elizabeth Young, appearing on behalf of Jeffrey Omens, P76842.
Oh, Mr. Omens, state your name for the record again, please, sir.
Jeffrey Todd Omens.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding, Ms. Young?
Your Honor, I'm asking that the court please set this matter for a preliminary examination. If possible, would the court be willing to give a couple, if not 3 weeks after May 6th? Mr. Omens is going to have a new attorney assigned to his case.
Live exam date will be
June 13th at 12:30.
Wonderful, thank you.
June 13th, 2022 at 12:30 p.m. Live exam here in courtroom number 1 with me, Ms. Young. Discovery is complete in this matter?
I believe it is, yes.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Omens, I will see you back here on June 13th at 12:30, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon's client is in the waiting room with Michelle for some reason. If you want to bring him back. Mr. Simon, do you need to speak to your client?
No, Your Honor, I don't. Thank you.
We'll get him out of the waiting room. This is 220258 FY, State of Michigan versus Raymond Carl Shearer. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Ofsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Your Honor, good morning. Joe Simon, P39156 on behalf of Mr. Shearer. Mr. Shearer, will you identify yourself for the record, please?
Raymond Shearer.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Simon, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Mosisian has been corresponding with me over the last couple of days, and late last night or evening, excuse me, she forwarded me a bunch of videos that we downloaded and I haven't even gotten to my client. She and I are requesting an adjournment of the PCC to not only allow for that review of discovery, but also to further negotiations.
How long of an adjournment are you looking for, Mr. Simon?
I'm going to actually defer to Ms. Mosisian because I think she might be better suited to answer that because she has, I think, talked to her superiors too.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we go out to the May 17th date?
That particular date is really awful for me. Any other date, maybe?
Okay, we could do the 10th as well. Oh, I'm
That's
so
great.
sorry. I'm looking at a Tuesday, not Wednesday. So my apologies. The 11th or the 18th?
The 18th actually works quite well. Thank you.
Thank you.
At 10:30 with Judge Oakley.
On May 18th or May 11th?
I apologize, it's with Judge Green. May 18th.
Marianne, I'm sorry.
Yep, May 18th at 10:30 with Judge Green.
Thank you. May 18th, 2022, 10:30 a.m. in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that is it. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Simon?
Thank you. No, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Shearer, May 18th at 10:30 with Judge Green. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, you too.
It does not appear that anyone's been able to get in touch with Ms. Richards. She has not joined us yet this morning for the 8th. Oh, Ms. Richards, thank you.
I am here, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I was having technical difficulties this morning.
Do you need to speak to Mr. Esparza or are you ready to proceed?
I would need to speak with him.
Judge Attorney Bickert is joining you now.
Thank you, ma'am. Leave this one for now, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Polk.
Good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful, sir. How have you been?
I'm good. I have no complaints whatsoever. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. The prosecutors are both here on the McCarron case. You need to speak to them.
No, I don't.
Okay.
This hearing is.
You muted yourself.
I'm sorry. Is this hearing in person?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I know that there is a motion, and I guess the question is whether or not the court is going to allow my client to argue this motion that he filed.
We're not quite ready to call the case yet.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm here. I'm not. If anything, I'll just change devices and put this on my computer. But I'm here.
Understood, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm trying. He's here. Oh. Oh. He's here. To the gentleman in the gray suit, what are you here for, sir?
Thomas Kuzmiak, Your Honor. I am on a landlord-tenant matter, Camilleri versus Small.
You are in the wrong courtroom. This courtroom is criminal this morning, sir.
Okay.
If you check your
That was
notice,
the-
you should.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was saying if you would check your notice, I think you have the wrong meeting ID. This courtroom only has criminal cases this morning. I'm not landlord tenant until next week.
Your Honor, I pulled I went onto the website, Your Honor, the Register of Actions, and it indicated for Judge Lisa Robinson Martin. And today is being the hearing date for 4/27 at 9.
Judge, I'll pull him in and talk to him.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. McCarron. These are 210644 FY and 210644 FY. These are State of Michigan versus Michael McCarron.
Good morning, Your
In the
Honor.
4-4 matter, may I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Larry King for the people as to the homicide file, P78774.
Mr. King, your volume is extremely low, sir, but I
I
heard
think I
you.
have something covering my microphone. How's this, Your Honor? Better?
That's better.
Thank you. Yes, again, APA Larry King for the people, P78774, as to the homicide matter.
Morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people in the CSC matter, P83359.
Mr. Polk.
Who's Mr. Polk?
He's here. Mr. Polk. Larry Polk. As soon as Mr. Polk turns his camera and audio on, we'll get going again. This is 220265 FY, State of Michigan versus Kerry Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Bickert. Mr. Bickert.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's okay, sir. Your appearance for the Kerry Williams matter.
May it please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Baker, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kerry Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, state your name for the record, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kerry Williams.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Bickert, the co-defendant was on previously and demanded exam. Are you ready to proceed to examine this matter?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I apologize. I have some technical issues over here. Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Understood, sir. Ms. Belcher was here and this court provided an exam date of June the 8th at 2 p.m.
That'd be fine.
June the 8th, live exam here with me in courtroom number 2. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Williams. I will see you here on June the 8th at 2 p.m. live in courtroom number 1, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Mr. Williams, I'm gonna make sure, because I haven't heard. I'm gonna put my email in the chat and you just send me your information.
Mr. Polk. This is 220276 FY, State of Michigan versus Santiago Esparza. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Sisson on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Esparza. Your Honor, I'm not sure if he came out of the breakout room. Not seeing him.
I'm bringing him back.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Esparza, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Morning, Your Honor. My name is Santiago Enrique Esparza.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Richards, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've now received, I believe, all the discovery in this matter, so I would ask the court for an in-person preliminary exam date.
Judge, the only thing I would like to note in regards to the discovery, we were supposed to have a kids talk that was scheduled. I believe it was last week. However, the forensic interviewer had to cancel because she was sick. And so I believe they rescheduled it out for 2 weeks. So I think it's going to be next week. So I just wanted to let the court and Ms. Richards know that the kids talk is the only outstanding discovery that we just do not have yet because it has not been conducted.
And Your Honor, I obviously was not aware that there would be a kids talk. I would ask if the court considers putting it out further, that the court would reconsider the issue of bond.
As soon as the prosecutor said kids talk outstanding, I was going to ask you to renew your motion. With the kids talk outstanding, ma'am, are you still demanding a live exam?
Your Honor, if I could speak to Mr. Esparza one more time, this is new information. Just would like to discuss it with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Recalling the McCarron matters, Mr. Polk, if you put your appearance on the record, please, sir. Mr. Polk? Who is this other person in Division 2? Yes, sir, with the goatee or the beard. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. This is
I'm sorry, that's whom, please, sir?
Good morning, Nathan Barks.
Thank you. Mr. Sharg, are we ready to proceed on this matter?
We are, Your Honor. May I have a breakout
This is two,
quickly with Mr. Barks, Your Honor, if possible?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Back on 210644 and 0645, the McCarron matters. Mr. Polk, are you ready to put your appearance on the record, sir? Mr. Polk? Mr. Polk? Mr. Bowditch, are you ready to proceed with Reed, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Could I get a breakout room with Mr. Reed?
Absolutely.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't know he was present.
Don't apologize, sir. No. Mr. Polk?
Judge, I did just
Mr.
try to
Sharp,
call
you're
him
back.
and he,
Mr. Sharp, did you ever go in with Mr. Barks? Is my audio not working?
Judge, we can hear you.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor, we've met already. We're ready. Whenever the court's ready, we're ready.
I'm ready, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
This is 220164FY. This is State of Michigan versus Nathan Barks. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Sherg on behalf of Mr. Barks, P43732.
Mr. Barks, please state your name for the record.
Nathan Barks, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Shark, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would need a in-person preliminary exam, please.
Live exam date of, Mary Ann, what were those dates I gave you?
June 13th at 1 o'clock.
Nope, this is not going to be, that's a regular.
Oh, you want it on a special? Yep, that's right.
Is May 20th a good date for you?
May 20th, Judge, that would have to be in the afternoon if that's possible, because in the morning I have another preliminary exam.
I don't know, is Ms. Marcizian, is that a good date for you?
It is a good date. The only thing is, I don't know if that'll be enough time. We're expecting a good amount of witnesses. And I'm doing.
That's okay. What about June the 17th?
Judge, that works for me. I have a murder trial on the 15th. I don't know if it's going, but I don't know if they're going to go on Fridays, but usually they don't.
That works for me as well.
Live exam date, June the 17th, 2022 at 9 a.m. live with me in courtroom number 1. Ms. Moisezian, how many witnesses do you anticipate?
Judge, I would say 5 to 8.
Mr. Shearer, do you anticipate any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
I will see you on June the 17th at 9 a.m. live here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that is it. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Shearer?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a
Mr.
good
Barks, I'll
weekend.
see you on June the 17th here live at the courthouse. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Miss Gillis, if I could.
Absolutely. Mr. Polk, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, Judge, and I apologize. I was in the middle of another hearing on the record. That's the only reason I didn't respond.
Mr. Polk, I understand. We're here now. If you put your appearance on, we're ready on these motions.
All right, good morning. May it please this honorable court. Larry Polk, on behalf of Mr. Michael McCarron, who is present. Mr. McCarron, state your name for the record, please.
Michael McCarron.
Thank you. These two files are before the court this morning on motions, and people have filed responses and objections. One is people's objection to the dual representation. This file has been around for almost a year now, and Mr. McCarron has sent certain documents to the court. The court referenced them on the record and provided copies to the attorneys in this matter, because any correspondence that comes to this court while the proceeding is still pending in the court is only properly shared with the attorneys. The people's objection is that Mr. Polk is now Mr. McCarron's assigned counsel. Mr. McCarron filed a motion to dismiss. Mr. King, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, when we were last before the court, Mr. Polk had indicated that he wished to allow Mr. McCarron to argue his own motion to dismiss while continuing to represent Mr. McCarron, and I do believe that is improper. I believe that any motions that are to be argued need to be argued by the assigned counsel. I think that is why I had filed that objection to dual representation. Now, if Mr. Polk wants to adopt and argue that motion, I have filed a response.
And Judge, if I may, I think that the prosecutor is absolutely incorrect. Mr. McCarron, if this court finds him competent to be able to represent himself in reference to this motion, can do it. It's done every day where there is standby counsel that pretty much stands by as the individual that has been deemed competent to represent themselves can do that. It's for a motion. And it's a motion that he wrote that, I don't feel that I need to adapt in order for the court to address his motion.
Do you have any comment on this matter?
Sorry, Your Honor, there was some breakup in your audio.
Ms. Fortier?
And I was playing catch up as I was not the original prosecuting attorney on this case. I did speak with Mr. King, and I would join in on his motion. I think it's inappropriate for Mr. McCarron to sometimes be pro se and sometimes have an attorney. I think there needs to be a decision one way or the other.
Mr. Polk, the court is going to concur with the prosecutors in this matter. There's no indication that your assignment is to be a standby. Our records indicate that you are the attorney of record for the defendant, Mr. McCarron, in this matter.
Okay.
Were you prepared to proceed on his motion to dismiss?
Absolutely not, Judge. And so with that being said, I'm I'm gonna ask that we get an exam date for this preliminary exam. And I will again go through and have some discussion with Mr. McCarron in reference to what I believe the merits or basis for his motion. The court has a copy of it.
Have you received the discovery in this matter?
I'm sorry, Judge.
I said, have you received the discovery in this matter?
Yes, I have. Whatever the prosecutor has, I believe that they gave it to me, and I have.
Mr. McCarron, I'll get to you in just 1 second. The court was ready to schedule this matter for live exam. We could use that May 20th date if the attorneys are available.
Let me check my calendar, Your Honor. Your Honor, unfortunately, I have more than one in-person matter in Third Circuit on that same day. So I would not be available in the afternoon. I could make the morning work.
I have the opposite problem. I cannot do the morning, but could do the afternoon.
May 31st?
I have a trial that day, Your Honor.
June the 9th.
Wonderful day for me.
Could do the afternoon.
Man, Judge, as much as I hate to say it, I'm gonna be out of town that week.
Okay.
The other days of work, I couldn't make the 20th work because I have an exam and a federal matter, but the other day, the 31st.
I didn't want to do it on the dates that other judges in this building have live matters, but that might be unavoidable. Is the 18th of May, Mr. King?
I don't believe that's not a good date for me, Your Honor.
The 11th of May.
I am in jury trial that date, Your Honor.
Mary Ann, do we have anything scheduled on May the 12th?
I will still be in jury trial, Your Honor. It's a two-day
Okay.
trial starting on May 11th.
I'm trying here, May 23rd. Possibly.
I am at a conference at Pennsylvania.
Let's keep trying.
Sorry.
No, it is what it is.
This is what happens when our dockets get so large.
Mr. King, how long do you anticipate your portion of this matter to last?
A homicide, couple of hours, maybe. I mean, it's going to be 2 witnesses plus the ME records. It is a homicide, so I'm expecting to go into quite a bit of detail. There'll probably be some video that will need to be played. I'd say at least 2 hours.
May the 13th?
I can do that.
Judge, it would depend on the time for me.
I'm looking at maybe starting at 10 o'clock.
And much as I hate to say it, Judge, I have 4 matters that morning. If we did it in the afternoon.
Okay. Here's the problem. We have 20 people on our Zoom right now. I don't want to delay them any longer. Mr. McCarron, we will get a date worked out this morning. I just can't do it right now. I'm going through my docket. It might be easier if the three attorneys coordinate calendars. I'm trying here.
So Your Honor, I could send my unavailable dates, copy Ms. Fortier and Mr. Polk, and we could all loop, would it be Mary Ann? Or
Yes.
Michelle?
And we'll have a date scheduled before the end of the day. I have some flexibility in my schedule because this is special prosecution. Mr. McCarron, you have your hand up, sir. How can I help you?
Judge, Your Honor, I'm competent and factually prepared to take this motion into argument. It's been such a long period and the delays are way out of control, and I don't really want to say too much until we argue this motion, Your Honor. I have to argue this motion. It must be put on record. There's some things, there's some issues, and there's some adjournments that were unduly and unlawfully presented in fraudulent form. It was conspired through my last attorney, and I will prove the facts through Michigan Court Rule 6.006 subsections D. This should all be done under verbatim. When we deal with any type of video two-way interaction communication. I'm ready to proceed.
Mr. McCarron, the issue is you were sending correspondence to the court. You weren't copying the prosecutors. They came in letter form to the court. The court reviewed them and placed them in the file. It wasn't until you labeled something procedural violations where you were already represented by an attorney. You weren't sharing that information with the attorney. The court was ready to proceed with your exam previously.
Your Honor, with all due respect, this was brought to my attorney's attention, Mr. Mark Presida. He failed to even challenge anything or even raise an issue on my behalf. So his incompetency fell way below the objective ability, and I've been prejudiced. So when I brought this to his attention, these courtroom played out adjournments were unbelievable. It's unlawful. And I believe that these documents or these recorded verbatim recordings should be obtained and viewed by the courts in their eyes for them to make a decision on what happened during these delays. And that is November 24th, 2021, October 20th, 2021, September 29th, 2021, which I never obtained, had proper notice, or even was notified. September 8th, 2021, never even knew this exam existed. August 25th, 2021. This is when my papers came across, but there was a courtroom probable cause conference held on every single one of these, which I was not obtained or even notified through proper notice. And under Michigan Court Rule 6.108, I have the right to a probable cause conference and a determination. And this is all wrong. And these should have been on verbatim record underneath a Michigan Court Rule 6.006 subchapter or sub rule D. I need these documents to be obtained by the court because I brought all this to my attorney's attention. He has failed to come and see me, and he's been communicating with Mr. Larry King. All these issues were addressed courteously, and it was too much. I've done it over and over and over, and I'm not complaining. Your Honor, with all due respect, I am not complaining.
Mr. McCarron, where we are, I look at the record, I look in the ROA, And I can only speak for your case when it's physically here with me, and I make notations of who was here. And it says, Mr. King was here, Mr. Procida was here, you were here by Zoom, discovery outstanding, or discovery now complete, scheduled for exam. We schedule for exam, and then there's some other issue. We're ready to proceed to exam right now. I'm trying to get the exam scheduled, sir.
Your Honor, December 22nd was the first time I ever had knowledge of a judge, that I ever even had interaction through a two-way Zoom communications, was December 22nd. That was the only time I was entered on the record.
Mr. McCarron, that's not true. I arraigned you on August the 13th, 2021. You were on Zoom with me.
I apologize.
That was the only time.
So I'm coming
From
in
August
on
13th to December 22nd. That was the only time I seen a judge.
Mr. McCarron, I hear you. I have reviewed every single page of every single thing that you have sent this court because of your allegations that you weren't being heard, that your PCCs weren't being conducted. Mr. Polk has been assigned to this case. He has received discovery. He is ready to proceed. And if you were listening when the case was called, Mr. King and Ms. Fortier are ready to proceed to exam. The court is trying to just coordinate an exam.
But wait, Your Honor, before the commencement of the preliminary examination, I must raise this issue of the 14-day rule violation. This is absurd. This is wrong. I never knew of 3 probable cause conferences, Your Honor. How is that fair? And that's the procedural violation. I must raise it before the commencement of the preliminary examination.
Mr. McCarron, respectfully, I'll make the record crystal clear. Respectfully, your motion to dismiss this matter is denied. The right to have the exam within the 14 days was waived and the parties proceeded. Discovery is now complete.
I never waived that, Your Honor. I never waived that. I never had knowledge of this. And then the release of the alleged crime scene by the prosecution.
Mr. McCarron.
At this point, I'm just going to have to intervene because I don't want him saying something that might be detrimental to the case in general. Yes.
Mr. Polk, that's exactly what I was going to say. The court has made its ruling. Mr. Polk will represent Mr. McCarron going forward. Mr. McCarron, I hear you. I hear the issues that you've raised. I've reviewed your motions. I reviewed every single letter you sent to Judge Green. As I've already indicated, this court will be working with the 3 attorneys to get the exam scheduled as soon as possible. And when it's scheduled, the notice will be sent to the jail so that you know when to be prepared to proceed. Is there anything else, Mr. King?
Your Honor, whom should we communicate with for setting the date? Mary Ann or Michelle?
Mary Ann.
We're requesting a preliminary hearing.
Anything else, Ms. Fortier?
Nothing further from me, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. King? Mr. Polk?
Nothing else, Judge.
The court would like to have this exam scheduled within the next 3 weeks. So if you send your unavailability, Mary Ann and I will go through my calendar and get you here as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, I also have Michael Stone, which I believe is ready.
Michael Stone, but we're going to do Esparza first and then Stone. This is 220276 FY. This is a recall of state versus Esparza. Ms. Richards, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, given that there is an outstanding kids talk, I did speak to APA Movsisian. She indicated that the kids talk is now scheduled for Monday, this coming Monday. So I'd ask if the court would consider the PCC for just 1 week so we can make sure that we have that and then we'll set an in-person exam.
If it's conducted on Monday, you'll be ready for PCC next Wednesday?
I believe that I would be because she indicated she can get that information to me very quickly.
Mary Ann, is there space on the May 4th docket?
I don't believe so. Let me double check, but I don't think so. Yes, there would be at 8:30.
That would be
May
fine.
4th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. Is that with Judge Oakley?
Correct.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Esparza?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May 4th, Mr. Esparza, have a good afternoon. This is 220074 FY, State of Michigan versus Michael Stone. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John English and the Kronzek firm. My P is P59500 on behalf of defendant Michael Stone.
Mr.
Your Honor,
Stone, your
Michael
name for the
Stone
record,
here.
sir. Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC. Mr. English, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I think at this point, we would like to request an in-person preliminary examination. The matter had been adjourned so as to allow me to obtain a transcript of the Kids Talk forensic interview, but it turns out it's rife with inaudibles and we appear unable to obtain that.
Madam Prosecutor?
Judge, that's correct. We did get an adjournment so that Mr. English could look into that. He communicated that he uses, there's a person
O'Brien
that,
and Bales.
yes, that he uses usually, and that they did indicate to him that they were unable to do it. That's not something that people ever get done. So I don't necessarily have a suggestion for Mr. English.
Your Honor, I guess I would request, if there was no objection from Ms. Fortier or the court, an adjournment of another couple weeks, say 3 weeks, so I can try a different court reporter. I have other people I can try, and we have an outstanding order regarding this interview that allows me to provide same with a copy of the court's protective order to a transcriptionist. So I would be happy to attempt to do that with somebody else. And we would ask that.
3 weeks puts us on May the 18th.
Correct, at 10:30 with Judge Green.
That's
PC.
I may.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. English, I said, were you starting to say something?
No, me, I was.
Yes, ma'am.
I have an exam at 36 at 9:30.
So the following week puts us on May the 25th.
I'm completely open on the 25th right now.
I'm open. Is this for the exam or a PCC?
The PCC.
May 26th, Thursday, at what time, Your
25th,
Honor?
sir.
25.
May 25th at
9:15.
That works for the defense.
I would note, just for the record, Judge, I don't have an objection to Mr. English seeking out someone else to attempt the transcription, but I would just like some sort of documentation that indicated that the last person that he used did destroy the kids talk that was given to them.
I have that, Your Honor, in writing, and I will provide that to Ms. Fortier today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further from the people, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too, Mr. Stone, May 25th, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Judge. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I saw that, and my response was or Zoom. Yeah. If she's up to Zoom, we can do Zoom, but make sure it's okay with the prosecutor. That's fine. Mr. Bowditch, are you ready with Reed?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 22-RP-00662-ST, State of Michigan versus Reed. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Reed.
And good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your Honor, at this
Reed,
time.
state your name for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tanya Reed, Jr.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, you were starting to say.
My apologies, Your Honor. At this time, prosecution wishes to dismiss these charges. We have no objection.
Madam Prosecutor, is that accurate?
That is, Your Honor.
Matter is dismissed. Anything further on behalf of the people?
No.
Anything further, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor, except to thank Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Who do we have in custody?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I have Tommy George on camera one, and on deck I got Timothy King.
Thank you. Ms. New, are we ready?
Could I have a quick breakout room with Mr. King? I'm not sure why he's incarcerated, and I just want to speak to him briefly about that.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys switch out. Yep. You're gonna have a seat in that blue chair right there. Tim's welcome.
Did we lose Mr. Bickert? Am I just not seeing him?
He did come back in, but I don't see him either, Judge.
Ms. Jackson. This is 224157 FY, State of Michigan versus Jackson.
Judge, sorry to interrupt, but she has Mr. McGrady, and Mr. McGrady just went to a breakout room with Mr. Fortune.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Kirkland.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on David Franklin.
Yes, ma'am. I'm bringing him in from the waiting room. Are you ready to proceed in this matter, ma'am?
Yes.
All I have is the evidence.
that up and I'll come right back. Is that okay?
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please mute yourself. Whoever has another courtroom going. Mr. Robinson, is your client with you?
No, Judge, he's not.
Thank you. Mr. Harris,
Yes. The host. Okay.
this is 220200FD. This is State of Michigan versus Darius Deshaun Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of Darius Harris.
And Bryn Bailey, Your Honor, on behalf of the people, P84009.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Robinson, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Gillis. We had adjourned it prior because I was having trouble downloading the discovery. We decided to go old school yesterday, and I did receive the discovery from Ms. Gillis yesterday afternoon. And it appears based on that discovery that one of the options was eliminated. So I guess I'm asking the court to set it for an exam. However, really what my goal is, or what I'd like to do, is to get with probation to see about Mr. Harris's eligibility for sobriety court. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Harris, would you state your name for me, please?
Darius Harris.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, inasmuch as you're making the request for Mr. Harris to be considered for sobriety court, do you want exam date or do you want an adjourned PCC?
Your Honor, ideally, I'd like an adjourned PCC, but I know we've had two already, so, but ideally, that's what I would like.
Your Honor, if you can give me 2 minutes, I can try to ascertain if an adjourned PCC and the option of sobriety court would even be possible.
So we'll pass this matter for 1 moment, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Franklin, take your cap off for me, please, sir.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is 220122FY. This is
Yes,
State of
ma'am.
Michigan versus David Gary Franklin.
Yeah.
Appearances, please.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I can hear you. I'm sorry, ma'am.
The
Your Honor.
attorneys need to state their appearances for this matter, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashaba Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Franklin, PA4015.
And good morning, Your Honor, Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment in this matter. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding with the arraignment?
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to stand mute and wait for formal reading.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to say something? I don't know.
No, sir.
No,
You're
Mr.
fine.
Franklin.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking for there is a recommendation from Romulus Police Department that Mr. Franklin's bond be set at 25,000, 10%, based on his history of prior felony convictions and the seriousness of the outstanding pending charges. Ms. Kirkland, what say you as to the bond recommendation?
Your Honor, we'd ask for a personal bond. Mr. Franklin he's currently out. He's working, trying to take care of himself and his father. His father is also very sick right now, and when he's not at work, he's spending much of his time in the hospital taking care of his father. He's not sure how much longer he's going to be around. So, Your Honor, we just ask for a personal bond.
Ms. Kirkland, the court's concern is that Mr. Franklin currently has 2 files with this court in warrant status for his failure to appear.
My phone.
So I've been in contact with Mr. Franklin, and I know previously he has failed to appear because he's had issues with keeping his phone, paying the phone bill, and being able to actually show up virtually to those court hearings. I've spoken with Mr. Franklin about the importance of him showing up to court. I've also let him know that whenever his phone is not working, he can show up in person. NDS also has the resources to help to make sure that he shows up to court. So, Your Honor, I've been in constant communication with Mr. Franklin for almost a month now, and I don't have any concerns about him showing up to court. I'm confident. Mr. Franklin, just hold on. And Your Honor, I'm confident that he'll continue to show up to court.
Bond will be set at 10,000 personal. Mr. Franklin, you do not need to post any money, but if you fail to appear again,
I won't have a problem with it, Your Honor, not to cut you off. Okay.
Another warrant could issue for your arrest. The outstanding matters are 19-437-80T and 19-437-90M. These are both misdemeanor matters out of Van Buren Township. The warrants will be recalled in these matters, and the pretrials these files will travel.
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but the people were not heard on the bond issue.
Ms. Bailey, please proceed.
Your Honor, I do share the court's concern for the failure to appear on multiple files. We have at least one on this file alone. I don't necessarily have a problem with a personal bond. I would ask for a GPS tether. I think that is an appropriate condition, given that there are 2 files, both of which he has failed to appear for at least once.
Ms.
And Your
Kirkland,
Honor,
as for the GPS tether request?
Yes, we object to the GPS tether. So I've expressed that his issues with coming into court has been his issues with technology. I've spoken to Mr. Franklin about that, and since then he has not failed to appear for court. I don't think the issue is that he's running or he's not trying to take care of these matters. The issue is that he just hasn't had the means to, and we've since worked out that issue. So I don't think the GPS tether is necessary. I don't think it's going to guarantee any more than, using NDS resources that he shows up to court.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect to Ms. Kirkland, I understand that, but if the people are going to agree on a habitual 4th offender with a history of drug convictions on a personal bond and not object to it, there needs to be some sort of guarantee. I understand that, drug charges.
I'm at work right now. You can come to my job and check on my work. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Franklin, just let me represent you.
Okay, sorry.
Is difficult, but I there needs to be some sort of guarantee and some sort of ability and accountability aside from Ms. Kirkland's very trustworthy word.
I'm sorry. So
Bailey, no. Ms. Bailey, over your objection, the court is going to leave the bond the way that it is. Before Mr. Franklin leaves today, He will verify his address and phone number with Ms. Kirkland and provide that to this court, as we have different addresses for him. The court will leave the bond as is. The two misdemeanor matters, the warrants are being recalled, bonds are being reset at 5,000 personal. The pretrial notices will be mailed to Mr. Franklin at the address that he confirms with this court. Those matters out of Van Buren, so they need to be set on those Van Buren dates. Mr. Franklin's previous convictions showing on the information, the most recent one was 2014. Court has some concern when Mr. Franklin did not connect a week ago, but he is here now. I'm sure Ms. Kirkland has spoken to him about the importance of appearing, and should he fail to appear, the consequences thereof. The next step in these proceedings will be an adjourned PCC, and that date will be
May 11th at
Your Honor.
8:40.
Your Honor, if I may, we've actually received all discovery and we're ready to set this for exam.
discovery is complete, Ms. Kirkland?
Yes.
Live exam date will be
June 13th at 1 o'clock.
June 13th, 2022 at 1 p.m. with me in courtroom number 1. Live exam. And again, Ms. Kirkland, please provide Mr. Franklin's current phone number and address. You can do it in the chat, or you can go into the breakout room and provide it to a clerk of this court.
Okay, thank you. Can I?
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor. Can I just be put in that breakout room with the clerk? And can you also have Mr. Franklin in there if possible?
I'll take care of that, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Judge, did you need a Van Buren date for him as well?
If you have it handy, Ms.
I
Kirkland,
do.
I'm sure I'd be
May-
happy to take it.
I do. May 19th at 10:50 in front of you.
May 19th at 10:50.
Correct.
That will be a Zoom date, Mr.
Oh,
Franklin.
okay, June
Thank you,
19th. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
June 19th. Can I speak with you, Your Honor?
Can you speak with me?
Yeah, I
Mr.
wanted
Franklin?
to, I don't have a problem.
No,
Yes.
sir. Mr. Franklin,
Yeah.
you're going to go into a breakout
Okay.
room with your attorney,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too, sir. Thank you.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, could I get into a breakout room with Ms. Gillis?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are we ready with Timothy King?
Yes, Your Honor. And could I speak with you very briefly about an in-person exam I have for 12:30 today beforehand? Just so I can let the prosecutor know what's happening. I'm fine appearing in court today. It is something I want to have an in-person exam for this when we have the exam. I just wanted to let the court know I had a fever Sunday and Monday, and I just don't know that I would be allowed into the building. I've tested negative on rapid tests for COVID-19, but I have not gotten a PCR test yet. And the prosecution is fine adjourning the exam if.
Ms. New, you're lucky that the court administrator is on, who is well-versed in this court's policy regarding screening. Madam Court Administrator.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Ms. New.
Morning.
Yeah, our current policy is that if you have had a fever, if you've been feeling sick, we would ask that you not appear at the courthouse.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, should we just appear at 12:30 over Zoom to pick a new date then?
I thought the prosecutor was still on.
The prosecutor is Miss Kelsey Heath, and I don't see her right now.
I don't see her. So yes, ma'am, appear at 12:30 and we'll get a new date from Mr. Littner.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you been in communication with him to advise him that this request was being made?
Yes, Your Honor, and I will call him again to let him know to appear by Zoom.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that all for that matter?
That's all for that matter. And I'm ready on Mr. King's case.
These are 220-289 FY and 201685 FY. These are both state of Michigan versus Timothy Omar King. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam of CCN on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Emily New on behalf of Timothy King. My P number is 85234.
Mr. King, state your name for me, please, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Omar King.
Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. New, how are we proceeding?
And Your Honor, we would like to just set this for a preliminary examination, though I have not yet received discovery. So if the court prefers, we could also set this for another PCC just to ensure that I have received discovery. Or I have no preference, or a preliminary exam, and I can speak with the prosecutor before then.
Court has no issue with setting the exam, Ms. New. The only concern is if you don't have discovery and we have the exam set, the court will not be adjourning the exam for discovery to be completed. So it's your call how you wish to proceed this morning.
Understood. So I'd like to set another PCC.
That adjourned PCC date will be
May 11th at 8:45.
Ms. New, do you mind just putting your email in the chat so I can know where to send the discovery link, please?
No problem. Doing that right now. Thank you.
And are you aware of the other case that was outstanding from, I believe, a year ago? This is a case I inherited it, so I'm not quite sure what was going on with it and why it's kind of been in limbo for the last year.
I did notice that it is, I don't know much else than you.
Okay.
I did notice that though, and
You need discovery for that case as well then?
I assume so. I can reach out to the other attorney too, but if you have the discovery, that would be easier. That would be faster.
That's not a problem. Thank you.
Your Honor, could I also address bond on this case?
yes, ma'am.
Mr. King, it appears Mr. King is held on a 10% bond at this time. And asking if Your Honor would consider a 10,000 personal bond with the added condition of a tether. I believe that a tether would more than ensure Mr. King's appearance in court as much as a $10,000 10% bond would. His family is unable to help him with that, and Mr. King is unable to pay that bond. So we're requesting a tether and a personal bond.
Madam Prosecutor.
Judge, I guess the only thing I would say, I don't necessarily have an objection to the tether. It's more of just, I guess, identifying the fact that there was an open case for a felonious assault about 2 years ago that's been lingering with the same victim. And then now there's this new case that involved a weapon. So just for the court to consider the nature of both of the cases and the fact that it's the same complainant within a 2-year time period. The complainant is also elderly, so I just want to make sure that no contact order also it remains in place.
Your request to modify the bond is denied. It will stay as it is in the 2022 case. Excuse me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. King, we're all set, sir. Your next appearance date is the May 11th at 8:45 a.m.
Jane, can you go into your waiting room with Jeff, please?
It's not a court, it's not. No, she's the judge.
Ms. Back, is your client?
Good morning. She's
Ms. Dawkins?
signing on right now.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Is she in there?
Mary, I'm going to step off for just one moment.
Is that your client?
Yes, yes, that is. Thank you.
Ms. Grady, are you ready to proceed with Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Did we lose the prosecutor? Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Are you all set with?
220157. I'm sorry, sir. Am I all set with Mr. King?
Yeah, I was just checking to make sure you're all set.
I am. Thank you so much. This is 220157 FY State of Michigan versus Deidre Jackson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Ms. Deidre Jackson, who joins us via Zoom. Ms. Jackson, please state your name.
Hi, I'm Deidre Jackson. Good morning.
Today is the day set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Mott Grady, how are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, I have received paper discovery, which does indicate that there should be 3 body-worn camera videos, and I have not received those videos, so I guess I'm renewing my request for those videos before we set exam.
Videos are outstanding. We'll adjourn the PCC. Ms. Bailey, how long will it take to get those videos to Mr. Mott Grady?
A day or two?
Would a week be sufficient, Mr. Mott Grady? Or are you looking for 2 weeks or more?
I believe, let me just look at my calendar, but I'm think that 1 week would be fine. Yep, next week, the 4th works for me.
Judge, there isn't room on that date.
Is there room on the 11th?
Yes, at 9 o'clock with Judge Oakley.
That works for me.
May 11th at 9 a.m. with Chief Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, nothing else from defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, you are here on May 11th at 9 a.m. with Judge Oakley.
Yes.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You too.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are ready on Sadiq.
There's one ahead of you, Mr. Bowdish. I'll get to Mr. Sadiq next. 220283 SM. It's the state of Michigan versus Deborah Dawkins.
Good morning, Your Honor. Esparza. I believe that should be Barbara Ann Dawkins.
I'm sorry, what did I call her?
Deborah Dawkins.
Thank you.
No problem. Just want to make sure I'm appearing on the right client.
Ms.
Thank
Dawkins, state your name, please.
Barbara Ann Dawkins.
Thank you. Prosecutor is listed as Barbara Smith.
That is what I have as well on the register of actions, Judge. I was just retained on this case, so I wanted to ask for an adjournment. I did call Ms. Smith and left a voicemail yesterday, but I just wanted to confirm as well that she was the correct prosecutor on the case.
She retired.
Oh,
I was gonna say, Ms.
okay.
Bailey, is that something you're appearing on this morning? Or no, I'm sorry. Or do you know who is? Let's ask it a different way.
Your Honor, I don't know who is. It's not listed as a domestic, well, it is a domestic violence, but I don't know if it's an intimate partner domestic violence. If it's an intimate partner domestic violence, then it would be Ms. Mosisian. If it's not, then it would be myself.
The alleged victim in this case would be the stepdaughter.
So then it is my case, Your Honor. I do apologize. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And I'm not sure if you heard defense attorney say she'd be looking for a discovery and an adjournment in this matter.
I did, Your Honor.
That adjourned date will be
May 11th at 9 o'clock with Judge Oakley.
May 11, 2022 at 9 a.m. in virtual courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Dawkins?
Yes, Judge, I did have a really quick request. My client has a daughter that lives down south of Georgia and Alabama area, and she has a grandson who has a prom and a upcoming graduation, and then there's also a wedding, and my client is requesting that she be allowed to leave the state of Michigan while on bond for purposes of going down to Georgia and Alabama.
Do you have the dates, ma'am?
Yes, so April 29th to May 3rd would be Georgia for the grandson's prom. May 23rd to May 26th would be to Georgia for grandson's graduation. And then May 26th to June 3rd would be Alabama for a cousin's wedding.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor. I would just ask though that if she will be flying, that she provides the court with the information for her travel.
Ms. Dawkins, are you flying or driving?
I'm flying, and my daughter works for Delta, so I fly free. So, but yes, I'll be flying.
Ms. Dawkins will be allowed to travel to Georgia and Alabama on the dates placed on the record. And although she's flying on someone's pass, she still is able to provide proof of that travel to the court.
Yes.
I will-
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you.
Ms. Dawkins, provide that proof. Have a good and safe travel, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Mary Ann, would you look? I don't see the Sadiq. Oh, never mind. This is 2S3901448ST. This is State of Michigan versus Mohammed Sadiq, please.
For the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Sadiq.
And Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Sadiq, could you state your name for the record, please?
Mohammed Ali Sadiq.
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a final pretrial in this matter. Prosecutor wishes to dismiss this. We have no objections.
Well, Your Honor, I don't believe that it's that we wish to dismiss it. It's that we are not prepared to proceed. The trooper did not appear.
Matter having been scheduled at 10 o'clock, it now being 10:15 by the court's clock. Trooper not appearing, this matter will be dismissed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sir,
Mr.
the matter is
Sadiq.
dismissed. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
You too, Your Honor.
Ms. Marcizian, what are your remaining case? What's your next remaining case, ma'am?
Yes, Judge, I have just two left. I believe it is Tommy Lee George and Fortune, Dewan Fortune.
And Your Honor, I am Mr. McGrady on Fortune.
And
Thank
Nancy
you.
Richards on George.
Thank you. This is 210-860-FY, State of Michigan versus Fortune. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMont Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Dewan Fortune, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Fortune, please state your name.
Dewan Fortune.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. DeMont Grady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have received paper discovery and one body worn camera, so I guess I would just ask the prosecution if there's any other video. If there is not, we would be prepared to set exam.
There is not. I shared everything that was shared with me from the police department.
So yes, Your Honor, we are requesting an in-person preliminary examination date.
Live exam date will be
June 13th at 1:30.
Is there any availability on June 8th
no, ma'am.
or the 7th?
June 7th is a Tuesday.
I'm actually going to be in a training the 7th and 8th of that week.
Can exams only happen on Wednesdays? No.
No, ma'am.
Does the 6th work?
Judge, that date, it should be July 13th. I'm sorry.
Wait, July 13th. Hold on one second. Wow.
July 13th works for me.
I'm tentatively scheduled for another training that week. My apologies.
Ms. Moiseason's cases can be done on days other than Wednesday.
So I guess I'm available, so are you out that entire week, Madam Prosecutor?
No, I'm here. Sorry. I'm going to be here that Monday and Tuesday. It's just the 13th, 14th, and 15th of that week that I'm not.
Well, the 11th or 12th would work well for me of July.
Okay.
July 11th, Mary Ann, I don't know. I don't see that we have anything scheduled.
No, ma'am, you're
July
open.
11th? Is that really? July 11th at 9 a.m.?
That works for me.
Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, that is all. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Fortune?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. McGrady, Mr. Fortune has two outstanding misdemeanor matters that are in warrant status. One is 1807630 OM and the other is 1802410 OM. These are both trespassing cases out of Romulus. They have been in warrant status that appear since 2019. The court will recall the warrants.
They haven't even started yet.
Your Honor, does the court have a house counsel? My office, we generally only handle felony cases.
I understand that, ma'am, but because he's here with you on the felony matters, I want to just recall the warrants and get the matters reset.
Great,
I'm not
thank
assigning
you.
you to the case.
Perfect, thank you.
Warrants recalled. Bond set at 1,000 personal on both matters. And we will get a new Romulus date for Mr. Fortune. I want to make sure we still have the same address that's on the felony matter, so we'll get the new pretrial date.
Judge, May 19th at 10:40 in front of Judge Green.
May 19th at 10:40 a.m. in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. And there will be house counsel available for Mr. Fortune on that day. We're all set. Mr. Fortune, have a good day, sir.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you. And
Thank
then
you.
the last one was it George?
Correct.
220282 FY.
Your
State
Honor,
of Michigan versus Tommy Lee.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'd like a breakout room with Mr. George before we go on the record.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Judge, I spoke to Miss Richards. She's gonna stand in for Mr. Bickert on the Weinstein matter.
Thank you. And Ms. New, are you ready? No, I'm sorry. You said you spoke to Ms. Richards.
Correct. And she needs to speak to him first. She hasn't spoken to him yet.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Robinson, 220200 FD. Ms. Bailey was supposed to be looking into the sobriety court eligibility of Mr. Harris.
Yeah, and Judge, or contemporaneous with Ms. Bailey doing that, Ms. Gillis was also texting me at the same time on that same issue. I think eligibility is going to be a problem, Your Honor. With that being said, I have received the discovery. We asked the court, excuse me, set an exam date. I don't know
That
if you.
exam date will be
July 13th at 1:30.
July 13th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. in courtroom number 1 with me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, I will see you on July 13th, sir, at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank you. Mr. Lane?
Yes.
This is 220106 FY, State of Michigan versus Gerald Lane.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Emily New with Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Jarrell Lane. My P number is 85234.
Mr. Lane, state your name, please.
Jarrell Lane.
Thank you. This is the date for the PCC in this matter. Ms. New, how are we proceeding?
So I have now received what I believe to be full discovery. So at this time, I would like to set the matter for an examination.
That live exam date will be
July 13th at 2 o'clock.
July
Sorry, can you say
13th.
that one?
July 13th
Mhm.
at 2 p.m. here with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Lane?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lane, I'll see you on July 13th at 2 p.m. here live in courtroom number 1, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a great day too.
You too. Thank you. Is Ms. Richards standing in on the Wells-Cadell matter as well? Good morning, Mr. Perlman.
Good morning.
What are you here for, sir?
I'm here on Roland Taylor.
I'm here.
This is 220222 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Camario Roland Taylor. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Morning, Judge Jeff Perlman on behalf of Mr. Roland Taylor, P80517.
Mr. Roland Taylor, whatever that is on your head, please remove it and state your name for the record.
Camario Roland Taylor.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Perlman, how are we proceeding?
Yes, I'm still, I don't believe I received a discovery yet on this matter. It may have been sent to the previous attorney, but I don't have it at this time. I would just ask for an adjournment in order to get discovery.
Mr. Perlman, when were you retained in this matter? We don't show an appearance from you.
March 29th, and I filed a substitution of attorney.
Your Honor, I do show that on March 29th, we sent everything to Miss New in her office. Of course, I can get everything over to Mr. Perlman today, within minutes. But just to confirm that Mr. Perlman's email is jeffperlmanlaw.com.
Correct, yes.
We'll get that over to you momentarily.
Thank you.
Mr. Perlman, are you requesting an adjournment of the PCC?
Please, Judge.
How long do you need, sir?
2 weeks should suffice.
Let's see if there's space available. Nope, I know there's no space on May 11th. Is there any space left on May 18th, Mary Ann?
Yes, at 10:30 with Judge Green.
Okay, May 18th at 10:30.
May 18th at 10:30 a.m. in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I'm just curious if we're setting exams out in July, how an exam date in July wouldn't be sufficient time.
That will be sufficient if that's the case. So we could just set it for an exam.
We just sent it.
Ms. Bailey, I am reluctant to set exams where attorneys have not had the opportunity to review discovery. It's possible that in Mr. Perlman's review of the discovery, he might decide that an exam is not the best course of action for his client.
Judge,
I'm happy to
I
set it
did.
as exam though, Mr. Perlman, if that is your request.
That is my request, given the timeline and given my discussions with my client. I believe we do anticipate holding the exam.
Live exam date will be
July 13th at 2:30.
Very well. Thank you.
Mr. Perlman, before you go, July 13th at 2:30 p.m. live exam here in courtroom number 2 with me. When attorneys demand exam with discovery outstanding and not reviewed, this court will not adjourn the exam because of discovery issues. Understood?
Understood.
I'll see you on July 13th at 2:30 p.m., sir.
Thank you. And Madam Prosecutor, I look forward to receiving the discovery today. Thank you.
Mr. Roland Taylor, I'll see you in July, sir. Have a good afternoon. Officer Young is here for the Travis matter. Christopher Travis.
Your Honor, I have no excuse for his absence. We have adjourned this several times. He's been here for all the previous ones.
This is 20D765001SM. This is State of Michigan versus Christopher Travis.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Jeffrey Bowditch, Your Honor, appearing on behalf of, but unfortunately not with Mr. Travis as we speak.
Your Honor, I don't know if you remember, this is the case last week where we thought my officer wasn't here, but in fact she was here waiting. She is now too. Her screen's blank, so we didn't know. So anyway, she is here today and we put it over because we thought she wasn't here. We were going to dismiss the case. But
I know she's here and she's been here for quite some time. That's why I'm calling the case. My practice is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. The matter was scheduled at 10:15 a.m. It's now 10:32 by the court's clock.
I would ask that a bench warrant be issued. He was here. We talked about coming back today and he knew the officer was coming. Maybe that's why he's not here. I don't know.
Well, I think that's speculation, counsel.
It is speculation. That's why I said maybe.
Well,
Just
a bench
maybe.
warrant is not appropriate in this personal watercraft safety violation. The matter will be set for show cause.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Anything else
Honor.
on behalf of the people?
Nothing.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Travis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Officer Young, thank you for logging on this morning. Be safe. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm off.
Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Have you been in communication with Mr. Meadows?
I have not, Your Honor, and I don't have any explanation for where he is.
It's only 10:34 by the court's clock. My practice is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. So hopefully Mr. Meadows will appear before 10:45, sir, if you don't mind sitting tight for just a little while longer.
No problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I might be excused, I think that completes my responsibilities.
I think it does, Mr. Bowdish. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, everybody.
Mr. Batar.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm wonderful, sir. I've seen you sitting there dark. Is there anything we can do for you this morning?
I'm your house counsel, Judge, but I guess nothing has come up the entire time.
All I have are white files left.
Okay, so I will take off. Good to see everyone. Everyone have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I see that Mr. Wells also is assigned Mr. Bickert, so I'm gonna try to get Ms. Richards to cover that as well.
Thank you, ma'am. We had 22WM00443 ST State of Michigan versus Anthony Goldring. The matter was scheduled at 8:45 a.m. It's now 10:37 a.m. by the court's clock. The court has not seen Anthony Goldring this morning. Matter will be set for show cause. S 3988401 A, B, and C. These are all State of Michigan versus Lavash Towing The matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It's now 10:38 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, underlying allegations being no proof of insurance, license designation, operating without proper vehicle group designation, and common motor carrier operation violation. The civil infraction, no proof of insurance, is now in default. The other two matters will be set for show cause. Mr. Bickert,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein and Mr. Wells-Cadell are here.
I'm ready on both, Your Honor.
This is 220229 FY, State of Michigan versus Carlos Wells-Cadell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Please court, Your Honor. Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Mr. Carlos Wells-Cadell, who's present via Zoom, Your Honor. Good morning.
State your name, Mr. Wells.
Carlos Stephen Wells-Cadell.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Bickert, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would respectfully request that the case be set for exam.
Discovery is complete, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The live exam date will be
July 20th at 12 o'clock. Yes.
That day will be fine.
July 20th at 12 noon, here live in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wells-Cadell, I will see you here on July 20th, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready on Mr. George?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 220282 FY, State of Michigan versus Tommy Lee George. Have your appearances, please.
I'm not sure if our prosecutor is on.
Oh, I know she has somewhere else to go.
Your Honor, that is a DV case.
I understand that, ma'am. She had to leave to go somewhere else, and I was hoping that's, oh, she's here. She might be on her other matter, though.
I can stand in if it's just getting a date and let Miss, oh.
Sorry, I was on the phone. My apologies.
I understood, ma'am. Today is the day for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Richards, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Nancy Richards appearing on behalf of Mr. George, who is present at the Wayne County Jail. This is the first PCC. I have not received any discovery at this time. I would request a short PCC date if possible, since Mr. George is in custody. However, I would also like to address his bond at the appropriate time.
A short PCC, the next PCC date, Mary Ann, will be.
I was just looking on May 11th. Just give me one second, please.
While she's looking, Ms. Richards, I show the bond as 20,000 personal with GPS tether.
Yes, Your Honor, and Mr. George is in custody because of the wait for tethers at this time. So I did want to ask the court to consider removal of the tether requirement. Mr. George is 80 years old. He has several health problems. He indicates to me that his health has declined since he's been in the Wayne County Jail. And he's not been receiving his medication that he needs consistently. I feel that every day he stays in the Wayne County Jail, his health is just further declining. So I would ask the court to consider removing the tether option, the tether requirement, so that Mr. George can get out as quickly as possible.
Madam Prosecutor.
Your Honor, the people understand the concerns in regards to Mr. George's health, but I don't know how long generally the tether takes. I thought it was 3 to 5 days, so I'm assuming he should be getting it fairly soon. It sounds like he was maybe in custody since last week. I'm not positive. Maybe Ms. Richards can clarify how long he's been in there for. But if he's already been in there for over a week, it's very likely he'll be receiving a tether very soon. The people would object to the removal of that tether. The defendant has 2 prior domestic violence. This is his 3rd offense notice. The 2 priors were with the same complainant, who is also elderly. She is 76 years old. The people do have concerns in regards to her safety, and therefore, maintaining the GPS tether would be the preference of the people.
And Your Honor, I believe that Mr. George was arraigned on the warrant on April, 18th. There's 3 different dates on my appointment. It's either the 16th, the 18th, or the 19th. But he has been in custody for some time now. So I would ask if you would consider removing the tether. He indicates that he can stay with a friend of his, so he would not have to return home to the same location as the complainant.
The arraignment date the court shows, Ms. Richards, is April the 18th. The court's going to deny the request to remove the tether. The most recent DV was in, looks like May of 2019. The adjourned PCC date will be May 11th at 8:30 a.m. in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will see you very shortly, Judge, in person.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. George, we're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you.
You and your staff have a wonderful day.
You too, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the Weinstein matter, 220141 FT State of Michigan versus Lonnie Ronald Weinstein?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Tyrone Baker appearing on behalf of Mr. Weinstein, P number 62647.
Sir, would you state your name for me, please? You're muted, sir.
Sorry, Lonnie Weinstein.
Weinstein, thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment in this matter. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Bickert, what say you, sir?
Yeah, we would waive formal reading.
Thank you. Waive formal reading. There's a bond request from Romulus Police Department that Mr. Weinstein's bond be set at 5,000, 10%. Any comment as to bond, Mr. Bickert?
Your Honor, I'm a bit confused in the sense of Mr. Weinstein being up for arraignment, Your Honor.
It was scheduled for, excuse me, it was scheduled for arraignment pretrial. I'm sorry, arraignment PCC on March 30th, 2022. And that was oh, wait a minute. There's an indication from the felony clerk that the matter has not been arraigned. I don't see a bond set in this matter, and so it's still showing as being in arraignment status.
Okay. I mean, I have no, objection to, proceeding with the arraignment. I would ask the court to consider a personal bond for my client, Your Honor. He is here. He has appeared. I don't see any reason why, or I would ask the court to consider a personal bond.
Court is going to set the bond at 5,000 personal. Mr. Weinstein has appeared and has been here for quite some time. The only issue from the court's perspective is that the misdemeanor that's traveling with it indicates alleges operating while intoxicated. The defendant in this matter is not to purchase, possess, consume alcohol during the pendency of this matter. For purposes of PCC, Mr. Bickert.
Your Honor, I would ask the case be set for exam.
Live exam date will be
July 20th at 12:30.
July 20th, 2022 at 12:30 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
And no, Your Honor. Sir, just give me a
Thank
call
you.
later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Bickert, do you have anything else, or will we see you at 1 o'clock, sir?
Your Honor, I'm glad you brought that up. I wanted to ask the court, that case is going to be a waiver. So if the court would like to do it at an earlier time, I could do that, or we could come back at 1:30 or 1 o'clock. I forget when the schedule. I apologize.
Do you think you can get him on right now?
I can't do it right now, Your Honor, because I need to walk into an in-person. But as soon as I come out of there, I could.
I have one other case, and then I'll be I'll be starting exams at 11:30. So if you and your client rejoin Zoom, we'll get the waiver done. You can come on earlier. Short answer to your long question.
And Your Honor, part of the reason why I wasn't exactly sure who the prosecutor was, so I didn't want to.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, all set.
Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Your Honor.
220208FY. This is State of Michigan versus Matthew Paul Meadows. This matter was scheduled last week for arraignment pretrial. Your client, I'm sorry, your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ted Wallace, P80922 on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
This matter has been scheduled for arraignment PCC a few times. Mr. Meadows has never appeared. Last week when Mr. Wallace appeared, the court indicated that based on this failure to appear history, should he fail to appear for arraignment this morning, the court would consider a bench warrant in this matter. How do the people wish to proceed?
Your Honor, people would move for a bench warrant.
This matter was scheduled at 10:30. It's now 10:51 a.m. The defendant has failed to appear again. In this matter, the court will set a bench warrant. 5,000, 10%. Mr. Wallace, should you be in communication with your client, he also has a bench warrant in 1918888 OM, misdemeanor matter out of the city of Romulus. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
I believe that's it until the Alford matter at 11:30. Thank you. Which part?
I said to Michelle, I said, hey, I'll help you when you guys are in your exam. She goes, no, I don't need help. And I thought, okay. She said she already told Mariah.
I think part of it is conversation. I think everybody needs to be on the same page of what help looks like, because all three of the courtrooms, I think, run a little bit differently.
How did you think it went with Michelle?
It's always nice to have someone to have that stuff being done off screen versus coming in, I need to talk to my client, come back, I need to talk to the prosecutor, come back. If it's able to happen silently through the breakout rooms or through chat, that's fine. Because you would never walk into a courtroom and say, I need to talk to my client. You wouldn't keep doing that. So treat the Zoom the same way.
Yep.
This is 220114 FY, State of Michigan versus Ryan Kenneth Alford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sonam of CCN on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, excuse me, Your Honor. Please on Court David Burgess on behalf of Ryan Alford, standing to my right, P58557.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Ryan Alford.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination. This matter was scheduled for 11:30 a.m. It's now 11:50 a.m. by the court's clock. This court's practice is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. Are the people ready to proceed?
Judge, the people are not. Our complainant, Patricia Silverman, is not present. Sorry, that is why we were late. I was trying to see whether or not she would appear. We've had several communications with her. Even as of yesterday, she had indicated to me she would be present. And that is why we were waiting to see whether or not she showed up. It is my belief that she would have been here. I do not know why she is not here. I tried to reach out to her and I was not able to reach her. The people asked for an adjournment. I know that is unlikely, but I would just like to put it on the record, just given the communication that we've had with the complainant.
Your Honor, I don't know if that's good cause to proceed. I haven't seen anything regarding testimony. We would object to the adjournment of this matter. And we understand that there's a dismissal without prejudice, so we would move to dismiss.
And ma'am, it's your position that you cannot proceed on any of the counts without your complainant?
Correct.
Based on the complainant's failure to appear this afternoon, people being unable to proceed, defense motion to dismiss this matter is granted. The dismissal is without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that is all. Thank you.
Mr. Alford's bond will be returned to him less any fees due to the court. Anything else, Mr. Burgess?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Judge, the complainant on the 12 o'clock is here, so whenever defendant and defense attorney appear, we're ready for that one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
What'd you say? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
looks like it's 20 or 21. Okay, let me go get you another pen.
Okay. I'm not prepared. Yeah. I sat here last.
Did you?
Yeah. With James.
Oh, that's very nice. Here you go. Yeah, it's very nice. We're lucky to be in there. Compared to some of the other.
Cozy feeling. After coming there for 30-some years.
Oh, this is mine. You're Mr. Barker, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want, I haven't seen you in person, so I wasn't sure what you look like and I didn't want to,
Well, I cut off about half the hair since last time we talked. Yes, I told my wife I can't stand it.
I just want to sure, these were all part of Discovery, but I printed these, are the four I'm going to show you.
Okay. Good, how are you?
Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Sorry, what was that? That was Marianne, yeah.
Yes, okay. I was on a bad the last reelection, so that's all when I've been coming here. I'm lucky to have that meeting, man. As long as it breaks.
All right. Third Court District Court, now in session, now releasing my guidance.
You may be seated. This is 220099 FY, State of Michigan versus Mark Edward Doolin. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sonam Oksisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Barker, P36030. First time I've appeared before you. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, sir.
And lovely seeing you. How's your dad doing?
Everything, not so good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Be sure and give him my best.
Your name, sir?
Mark Doolin.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live exam in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, ma'am?
No preliminary matters.
Any preliminary? Thank you. Your first witness, ma'am.
And just, I'm sorry, just to state, the complainant's mother is in the courtroom, and I believe that it's the defendant's daughter, neither one of which will be witnesses.
The complainant's mother is the defendant's daughter.
No, I'm sorry, I said the complainant's mother and the defendant's daughter.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Which, and I don't believe neither one of them will be witnesses later on.
No.
Is she, okay. The people call Terry Nicosia.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Would you state your first and last name and then spell it, please?
Terry Nicosia. Terri, Nicosia, Nicosia.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would you come up here, please? Have a seat in this purple chair. My secretary is taking down your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you please restate your name again for the record? Terry Nicosia. Terry, I'm going to ask you to speak a bit louder just to make sure that everyone in the courtroom can hear you, okay? Thank you. Do you know a Mr. Mark Doolin?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I was dating him
How long were you in a dating relationship for?
for about 3 years, on and off.
You have any children in common?
No, we don't.
I'm going to take you back to February 6th, 2022. Do you remember where you were that day?
Mark's house in Romulus?
Is that also your residence?
No.
And is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
Was anyone else with you at that location?
No.
It was just you?
His son was there also.
Was Mark there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I missed that. Who was also there?
The defendant and his son?
Correct. And what were you guys doing at his home?
We had just got home from dinner and just hanging out. And then I wanted to leave, and that's when the incident happened.
Okay. So is there a reason why you wanted to leave?
I just could tell that that he was upset and that something was gonna happen.
Okay. Were you able to leave?
Yes,
Before leaving, did something happen?
yes.
And what happened?
Mark had threw me to the ground in the family room. He was choking me.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a few questions about what you mean by he was choking you, okay? You mentioned he threw you to the ground. Were you on the floor at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where was he positioned in relation to you?
On top of me.
Can you describe Mark's demeanor at this point?
He was angry.
What was he do? Like, how was he reacting?
He was choking me with his hand.
Where did his hand meet contact with your body?
To my neck.
Okay. And do you recall how many, if he used one or two hands?
One hand.
During this time, was he still above you, like on top of you?
Yes.
When he had his hand around your neck, did Mark apply any pressure?
Yes, he did.
And how did he do that?
By squeezing my neck.
Can you describe your breathing when he had his hand around your neck?
I couldn't breathe.
Sorry, say that again.
I could not breathe.
Okay. Anything else that you felt with your breathing?
I just thought I thought I was gonna be unconscious.
Okay. Did you experience any change or loss of vision during this time?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what exactly you experienced?
Just dizzy.
Dizziness?
Mhm.
Can you describe what, if any, other sensations your body felt during when he had his hand on your neck?
I did urinate.
Anything else?
No.
Was Mark saying anything to you when he was doing this?
I can't remember.
Were you able to say anything during this time?
Not when he was choking me.
What did you think was going to happen while he was choking you?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
You mentioned that you felt like you were going to lose consciousness. At any point, do you recall, or are there any points in time that you do not recall?
No.
Sorry, I should rephrase that question. At any point, did you in fact lose consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. How are you feeling when this was all happening?
I was scared.
And were you saying anything afterwards?
Once he got off of me, I tried to leave, grab my stuff, and then the other incident happened,
And what is that other incident?
where he was kicking me in the face,
Okay, where were you when that was happening?
right by his door.
Okay, were you still on the floor?
He threw me to the ground, yes.
Okay, and you said he was kicking you. How was he doing that?
Kicking me with his foot in my face.
Okay, was he wearing shoes at that point?
No,
Okay, and what part of your face was he kicking?
my left cheek.
Okay. Do you remember how many times he kicked you?
3 or 4.
Do you recall how that incident ended?
He got off of me, and I ran out of his house and left in my car.
You mentioned his son was home. Where was his son during this incident?
In his bedroom.
Okay. Can you describe how your throat or neck felt after this incident?
Just tender and sore.
Do you know about how long that lasted for?
About a week.
And what did you do after you left his house?
I went to my house in Canton.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I went to the hospital.
Okay. Did you go there by yourself?
No, a friend of mine took me.
So in between you going to your house, did you contact a friend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you disclose what had happened to you?
Yes, I did.
And who was that you disclosed it to?
Teresa Shackelford.
And then she came and picked you up. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
Beaumont in Canton.
Do you remember what injuries you had sustained from this assault?
I had a concussion. I did do a CAT scan. I was very swollen. But aftermath, I still have a hematoma, which I have to get drained once a week, and that's still not healed.
When you were at the hospital, did you disclose to anyone what happened?
Yes,
And who did you disclose that to?
to the doctors and nurses.
What did you do after you were at Beaumont?
They advised me to go to the police department. So we went to the police department right after,
Okay, and sorry, how long were you at the hospital for?
for about an hour and a half.
And you say you went to the police department afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Was this all in the same evening?
No, this was the next morning.
The next morning, okay. And when you went to the police department, did you provide them with a statement about what happened?
Yes, I did.
During, while you were at the police department or at the hospital, or even afterwards, were any photographs taken of any of your injuries?
Yes,
Do you recall who took those photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did anyone else take photographs of you?
No,
Okay. Did you submit those photographs to either the police department or to the prosecutor's office?
both.
Okay. Do you remember when you took the photographs? For instance, if it was like the day after or several days after the assault?
It was right, the first one I took was right after I got home from his house, and then every day thereafter.
So, Your Honor, I would like to present proposed exhibits. I have already shared them with the defense counsel. I have 4 photographs. They have not been marked yet as possible exhibits, but if you allow, I would like to approach the complainant.
Mr. Barker, any objection?
I'm sorry. No, Your Honor, for exam purposes only.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to show you 4 photographs. I would like you to, one by one, identify the injuries that you see in those photographs and then state whether or not those are in fact a fair and accurate representation of what your injuries were after the assault, okay? Would you like me to approach her first and then you each photo?
You can do it in a pack. So if you want to give
Oh,
all
okay.
4 to her first.
Okay. So this is the first photograph. Do you mind describing what you're seeing there?
This was the day after.
You're gonna have to say what louder.
This was the day after
Okay.
the
And
incident.
the day after the incident, what injuries do you see?
My left side of my cheek is swollen from being kicked, and it's starting to bruise my eye.
And then the next one, when was that photograph taken?
The next day as well.
And what was that photograph describe?
Swollen neck from his hand being around my neck.
Okay. Do you see any redness in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then the third photograph, when do you recall when that was taken?
This was the second day.
Okay. And sorry, again, what does that one show?
Redness and my eye getting a little bit darker from him kicking me in the cheek.
Okay. And then lastly, that photo?
This photo is probably the fifth day. And it was just spreading, and that's when the hematoma started.
Great, thank you. Do you see the individual we have been discussing today, Mark Doolin, in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify a piece of clothing that he was wearing?
Green flannel.
May the record reflect that the complainant has identified the defendant as Mr. Doolin?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Barker.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought that was turned off. Mr. Cozy, how long have you said you've known the defendant? 3 years?
We were dating for 3 years,
Okay.
on and off,
How many times have you gone to his house during that period?
several times.
How several, 1, 2, 12, 20? Let's try this differently. How often would you go to the house? Weekly, monthly,
weekly.
weekly? Okay. Are you familiar with the Romulus area?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what room, okay, how big is this house? Describe it for me.
Probably 1,100 square foot.
A ranch home?
Yes.
And what room in the house were you as?
I'm sorry.
What room were you in when the assault took place?
And his, I guess you would say his family room. When it first started, when he was choking me.
So you were in the family, would that be, does he have a family room or is it just like a living room with a TV and so on?
Where his TV is. So living room, family room. He
Front of the
doesn't
house or
have- he
back
has
of
a
the house?
dining room and he has a family room where the TV is.
So is that in the front of the house?
I guess you would say it's on the side of the house.
Okay, is there a door, a direct access to the outside from that room?
Yes, there is.
I believe you told the police you had just come home from dinner.
Yep,
What time did you have dinner?
probably 5:30.
So 5 to 5:30 p.m.
Yes.
And the alleged assault, you're saying took place around 3 a.m.?
Yeah, but between 1 and 3 a.m.
Well, 1 to 3 a.m. is a pretty big gap. Big gap. You told the police 3 a.m., which is more accurate.
I'm sorry.
You told the police in their report 3 a.m., which is more accurate, 1 a.m. or 3 a.m.?
Probably 3.
Okay, so between 5:30 p.m. and 1, or well, let's say 3 a.m., what were you doing?
We went out to eat with his son and then we're at his house.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said you came back after dinner, so that would be at 5 or 5:30 p.m. You came home with his son?
Yes,
Okay, how old's the son?
I think Michael's 13, 14.
From the time you got back to the house at 5 to 5:30 p.m., did Michael ever leave the house?
I don't believe so.
So what were you and Mr. Doolin doing in the family room from 5:30 p.m. to 3 a.m.?
We were just hanging out.
Did you go into the bedroom at any time?
Not that night.
Well, obviously, we're talking about that night. You remember what you were watching on TV?
No, I do not.
Was Michael watching anything on TV with you guys?
No. He's playing his video games.
Was he doing that in the family room?
No, in his bedroom.
How far is his bedroom from the family room? No, I was talking 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet.
Probably 20 feet. Maybe more.
Was the bedroom door open or closed?
I'm not sure.
So you were there, we're talking a period of, it's almost 10 hours. So during that period, did Michael come out of the room at all? Was he back and forth?
Honestly, I don't remember.
So when you came home from dinner, was the majority of the evening peaceful?
Yes.
Okay, at what point did things become unpeaceful?
When I wanted to leave.
Now, you said to counsel that you were afraid that he was upset,
That's right.
and that's why you wanted to leave.
Yes,
What made you think he was upset?
his eyes. You can see it in his eyes when he's upset.
But you guys weren't fighting or arguing?
We didn't have to be fighting or arguing for him to get upset in his eyes.
So when you wanted to leave, what did you say to him?
I was leaving.
Okay, and what did he say then?
That's when he grabbed me and threw me on the ground and started choking me.
Without a word?
That's right.
Did you cry out when he threw you on the ground?
He was choking me. I couldn't do anything.
Was he choking you first, or did he throw you on the ground first?
He threw me on the ground.
So when he threw you on the ground before he was choking you, did you cry out or make any noise?
I'm sure I did.
So while you're on the ground, allegedly, and he's allegedly choking you, did he say anything?
He was just choking me. I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but I was almost unconscious.
So he might be saying something, he might not, you're not sure, is that what you're telling me?
He was choking me to where I could not breathe and I was unconscious.
And it took how long for him to choke you into that state?
I'm sorry?
How long did it take him to choke you into that state that you're almost unconscious? 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Probably
3
2
seconds?
minutes, seconds. He's a strong man.
Had you guys been drinking that evening?
Yes, we were.
How much did you have to drink?
Probably a couple beers and a couple shots.
Was that at home? His home?
We had some at dinner and then we had some at the house, yes.
Where did you have dinner?
I'm sorry?
Where did you have dinner?
Wild Willie's,
Wild Willie's?
Mark's favorite place.
Okay, so he's choking you at some point, and you said you think you blacked out or lost consciousness?
Yes.
Or you
and
almost lost consciousness, which
I
is
almost did.
almost. Okay. How did you get him to stop?
He finally just let go and got up. And I ran to the other door and tried to get out, and he started it again, and that's when he started kicking me in my face.
Okay, I'm sorry, you say you ran to the other door.
I tried to leave.
How many doors are there to this room?
There's a door wall in the family room, and then there's a side door
Okay,
going down to the basement.
okay, so which door were you initially trying to leave by?
The same door on the side where my bags were that I had hidden,
Okay, but is that a door wall or is that the regular door?
regular door.
Okay, so you said that's where your bags were?
That's correct.
By the door? Okay, so there was no intention that you were going to spend the night, if that's where your bags were, correct?
I had to hide them because I could see it in his eyes that he was gonna have one of his episodes.
I'm sorry, at what point did you decide you needed to hide your property?
I hid my property by the door so that I could escape when he went nuts.
Okay, when did you do that?
I don't know the exact time.
Ballpark? Was it 5 o'clock, 5:30, 10 o'clock? What time?
No, probably like 11, 12 o'clock at night.
So around 11 or 12 at night, you get up from wherever you've been sitting and you move your stuff over by the door.
That is correct.
And And did he say anything to you when you moved your stuff?
He didn't see me.
So if I'm understanding you, he's telling us that 11 or 12 o'clock, you were so alarmed by his demeanor that you thought you needed to hide your stuff
That is absolutely correct.
to leave. Okay.
That's right.
He didn't see you do that, correct?
No, he didn't.
Where was he?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you were able to do this.
Obviously
with-
not in the same room. I had to hide my stuff, my keys, my purse, so that I could leave.
So you had everything right over by the door, went over there by the door, placed it all there.
He has
Okay.
a circle chair. I had it behind there.
Okay, and that's right by the door.
But yes,
And he was not present while you were doing that.
obviously not.
Why didn't you leave?
I'm sorry.
Why didn't you leave if you were afraid of an assault at that point?
I'm not sure.
So you feel so endangered by this man that you know and you consider danger. Now, let's back up a second. You say you know him, you've seen this before, you think he's so dangerous. Why are you even there with him?
Because he's a very good manipulator.
Has he manipulated you before?
Obviously. I already dropped one case.
So you know that he's asked that be stricken, Your Honor, was not responsive.
I'm sorry.
He's directing a question to me. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, that was not responsive to my question, it has to be stricken.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So now this is around 12, you think, 11 or 12, you think you might be in danger, and yet you wait another 3 or 4 hours before you try to leave.
I don't think it's 3 or 4 hours.
Well, 11 o'clock to 3
1 or
o'clock.
2. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know the exact time.
Did you tell him why you wanted to leave?
Just wanted to leave. I shouldn't have to tell him. He knew what he was doing.
Well, I mean, you just get up and start walking out, or you say goodnight, you see you tomorrow,
I
what
just said I'm
conversation
leaving.
was there?
So there wasn't an episode.
But according to you, what you said earlier, there was no argument or anything going on at that time.
Doesn't have to be an argument with Mark.
Okay, so he choked you once, then according to you, he got off you,
That is correct.
okay? And you're still on the floor at that point?
No, I got up and I tried to leave again, and that's when he attacked me again.
Okay,
He started kicking me in my face, making sure that nobody else would look at me ever again, was his words.
okay, so now he is talking.
That's what he said.
Okay, so you said earlier during the assault, and all this assault, you said he never said anything. Now you're saying.
While he was choking me.
Uh-huh.
Was that the extent of your question, Mr. Barker?
The court's indulgence for a moment.
Excuse me?
To the court's indulgence for a moment, I'm making.
No. You were asking a question and she responded in the middle of, I thought, your question.
Honestly, I've lost my train of thought on it.
My apologies.
Let me think for a second. Okay, so when he's initially choking you, he's not saying anything.
That is correct. Not to my knowledge, but he was choking me almost unconscious.
Okay. So he just stopped by himself?
Apparently.
You weren't strong enough to stop him, or weren't trying to stop him, is that correct? Or were you struggling somehow?
He was choking me
I understand that
unconscious.
he
I
was
couldn't
choking you.
move.
Okay, so when he stopped choking you, did you immediately try to get up?
Well, yes, when he stopped choking me, of course I got up.
Okay, so when he stopped choking you, at that point, you were no longer almost unconscious? You were able to recover immediately?
Well, no.
Okay.
It was fight or flight. I had to leave.
Okay, so when he stopped choking you, I'm asking you, were you conscious enough and everything to get up and attempt to leave?
Yes.
Okay, Did he say anything to you at that point?
He attacked me again.
That's not what I asked you. Did he say anything to you?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you get up. Did he, when he got off you, I assume he had to back away from you to get off you?
When he was choking me?
When he stopped choking you and let you up, he had to back away from you to stop choking you, correct?
Well, yeah,
Okay, so how far away from you did he move?
I'm not sure.
How long did you lay there before you were able to get up?
I got up immediately and I tried to leave. Again,
And what did he say at that point, if anything?
he grabbed me again and threw me down, and that's when he started kicking me in my face.
Now, Michael is home for all of this?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you scream, knock on his door, do anything to try to get his help?
No, I didn't. I wanted to leave. And Michael wouldn't do anything anyways. He's afraid of him.
So you don't think, does Michael like you?
I'm sorry?
Does Michael like you?
Yeah, he called CPS
Your Honor,
on Mark
objection, I don't
because
see
of
the
me.
relevance of this line of questioning.
He has a video of
Ma'am,
Mark beating me.
ma'am,
Again,
Just one
after all
second.
these stricken is on the-
your response to her objection.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the objection to whether or not Michael likes the complainant. I don't see how that is relevant.
It's relevant, Your Honor, as to whether she would have a reasonable expectation that Michael would try to do something to protect or to intervene and stop the assault.
She already stated that she did not seek his help. She left immediately. And again, his liking of her is not relevant to whether or not he would intervene. I don't.
The objection is sustained on that narrow issue of,
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay. So there was potential help there in the household. You did not seek it.
Sure.
Okay. Now you're saying you knocked down and thrown to the floor again,
That is correct.
and at that point he starts kicking you,
Yes,
but he was not wearing shoes.
that is correct.
What was he wearing?
He had socks on.
Still fully dressed up?
I'm not sure what he was wearing.
Okay. You were fully dressed, I assume, when you were leaving.
I had shorts on and a t-shirt,
Okay.
that I had to escape his house and no shoes.
Okay, so he kicks you a couple of times, and then did you beg him to stop, or how did you get him to stop?
He finally got up, and honestly, when he got off me, I thought he was going to get a gun to kill me. So I left.
So he was on you,
He was kicking me.
and then he got up. And then you thought he was going to get a gun and shoot you.
That is correct.
And that's when you went, I assume, very quickly, got your stuff and left.
That is right.
Okay,
My stuff was by the door.
okay, and yes, we already covered that. And you are familiar with the Romulus area, right?
Yes, I am.
You know where the police station is?
Around here somewhere. I'm not sure exact road now. I didn't go to the police station right after. I went home.
Well, you went all the way home to Canton, which is what, 10, 12 miles from where you live?
8 miles away.
8 miles from his house?
Yes.
Did you have a phone with you that night?
I sure did.
Was it in your car?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so you left this house, you just, in your testimony, just taken a terrible beating and assault from him, but you don't call the police.
I went home. I had to get dressed. And the police aren't gonna do anything anyways. I've called multiple times.
So you did not call the police that night immediately because the police don't do anything anyway. But then you went to the police the next day.
Went to the hospital,
Yes, you went to the
then I
hospital,
went to the police.
and then you went to the police after the hospital.
That is correct.
Okay, was that a decision you made, or did you have to be talked into it by someone?
That was a decision I made.
But it's a 180-degree opposite decision than what you made immediately after the assault, correct?
I'm sorry?
It's 180% opposite of what you decided immediately after leaving the house.
I don't understand your
You didn't
question.
call the police because you said they don't do anything. But now you're saying you went to the hospital.
I had to go to the
you did
hospital because my
Ma'am.
cheek was completely blown out.
You do realize the police could respond to the hospital immediately, right?
They advised me to go to Romulus. I was in Canton. They wouldn't come to Canton.
Who is they?
The doctor and the nurses.
I'm sorry, they said they told you to call Canton? Or to
I
call
was
Romulus?
in Canton and Beaumont, and Romulus would not come to Canton. They advised me to go to Romulus right after, which I did.
Okay, and based on your testimony, there are no witnesses to corroborate that this assault was between the defendant and you. It's just your word, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly. Can you explain how you were feeling when you left that house that night, both physically and emotionally, what you were going through?
I was completely out of it. I had a concussion. So I wasn't all together. Like I said, I was in shorts, barefoot, a tank top. I was like, just trying to get to safety.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Before you call your next witness, I have one matter that I need to attend to.
Okay.
This is 220087FY. This is State of Michigan versus Terry Littner. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Kelsey Heath on behalf of the people, P83350.
And Neighborhood Defender Service by Emily New on behalf of Terry Littner, P85234. And Mr. Littner, can you please unmute and state your name?
Terry Littner.
This matter was scheduled for an in-person preliminary examination at 12:30 p.m. today. The court received notice this morning that defense counsel was unable to appear in person and would come on this afternoon seeking an adjournment. Have the parties had an opportunity to speak about this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe May 9th would work for both of us as long as it's in the afternoon.
May 9th in the afternoon. Ms. Heath, is that May 9th
Yes.
at 1 o'clock? Would that be
That works for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
live exam, May 9th, 2022 at 1 p.m. in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, the only thing I would say is when I told my complaining witness that we had adjourned the matter, she had indicated that an investigator from the defender's office had come and I guess taken a statement from her. I would just ask that that statement be turned over as part of discovery.
And Your Honor, my only issue with that is if we intend to call her, if we intend to call the complainant, we would turn that over, of course, but she's not our witness. And as far as I understand, and if there is a law saying I have to turn it over, we will turn it over. But it's my understanding that we would not have to turn that over unless we called her as a witness.
My response to that, Your Honor, would be like, obviously, I would call the complaining witness as the person to testify in the exam. I would assume the statement was taken for impeachment purposes. So if this is a document that would be used to impeach my witness, I do believe I am entitled to it.
I agree with Ms. Heath, Ms. New. Anything else, Ms. Heath?
Not on behalf of the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. New?
No, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Littner, I'll see you on May the 9th at 1 p.m., sir. Have a good afternoon.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people have no other witnesses.
Any witnesses, Mr. Barker?
No, Your Honor, the counsel has no witnesses today.
Argument, please, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor, the people would respectfully request that Your Honor bind over count 1 assault with assault by strangulation. The people believe that the testimony provided today by Terry, the complainant, satisfies our burden by probable cause to indicate that Mr. Doolin, the defendant, did in fact choke and strangle the complainant. She described various physical, I would say, responses that her body felt during the choking, both that the defendant applied pressure with his hand, that she urinated herself as a physical response to that, that she was dizzy, that she could not breathe, that she felt like she was going to lose consciousness. She even said that she felt like she was going to die based on the circumstances of the choking. Based on all of that testimony, in addition to the fact that the complainant testified credibly, both on direct and cross-examination, as well as consistent with her statement to the police, the people feel that we have met our burden, and with that would request count 1 to be found over. Count 2 would accompany it as a misdemeanor. I do have one question or clarification. I'm not sure how to approach it. Based on the testimony, I would like to amend count 2, the domestic violence, to an aggravated domestic violence, given the I guess lingering health consequences that have occurred from the second part of the assault. Since that would be a misdemeanor, I don't know if that is something that we would be that I would just have to change, or if that's something that this court requests the change for.
Your Honor, in response to that last point, she had a black eye, apparently with short-term injury, if at all, 3 or 4 days. I'm not sure what I agree about the factuality of her testimony, but I do not think that comes up to a level to justify a step up to that.
Well, the ad would still be a misdemeanor, would it? I guess my question is whether or not that changes here, like we would amend other counts when we're binding it over, or if that's just something I amend on my own for the felony complaint. I just don't know, I guess, the procedural aspect of how that happens.
This court is not going to amend the complaint this afternoon. The court denies your request for the to amend count 2 to indicate aggravated domestic violence. Was that the extent of your argument on the bind over, ma'am?
Yes.
Mr. Barker?
Your Honor, that's obviously the factual issue for the prior fact. My client obviously has not testified today. What the testimony has elicited, I think is enough to argue there's a probable cause for a further proceedings where my client will get to present his defense. So we have no objection to the bind over.
Thank you. As much as defense has no objection to the bind over, the court was going to find anyway that the people had met their burden. For purposes of preliminary examination, Mr. Doolin will be bound over as charged. His previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you. Do you know when the next day you're live?
I'm sorry, May 11, 2022 at 9 a.m., Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Anything else, Mr. Barker?
No, just question indulgence from when I write that down, Your Honor. No, there's really nothing else. May 11th?
May 11th at 9 a.m. If there's nothing else, that concludes this matter. Thank you all for your patience this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Doolin, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Baylo is here on Zoom. I have not seen the defense attorney for the.
Your Honor, is the court aware of, are they doing it by Zoom, the AOIs, or are they up to doing this person yet?
I have no idea, sir.
I hear that answer a lot for the last year and a half.
I'm sorry?
I say, I hear that answer a lot in the last year and a half.
Ms. Mosizian might know.
Sorry, well, I would not.
Are they doing AOIs in person or on Zoom?
AOIs and initial conferences are all held on Zoom.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Baylo? Ms. Gillis?
I like the new building, Your Honor. Turn my back on you guys for a year and a half, and I'll come back, everything's different. You know?
Well, we moved in last May.
Well, the other one was kind of snug and cozy in a way.
Snug and cozy, that's an awfully polite way to put it.
Well, actually, the worst I've ever seen is Wayne. When I first started practicing, was so small, the jury deliberations were held in the restroom. And they fought for years to get a bigger building there.
I don't think it's gotten any better over the years. The way you come in has changed since I was a new attorney.
Well, I know appearing in front of the grandchildren of the judge I first started.
Stop.
Been 39 years this year.
Oh, wow.
You know,
Deceased.
There I am.
That's probably been around 39 years.
Judges Tyrone Bickert on.
He is not.
Wait,
Mr.
wait.
Baylo
I got to
is
turn my
here.
volume back on. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Mr. Baylo is here. I'm just waiting for defense attorney.
The client is here, I know, downstairs. So we're just waiting on the defense attorney.
The defendant is on Zoom.
Right. But no attorney.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh. I thought I saw Officer Kasem sitting in the back row.
He's standing right here now.
Okay.
I didn't let him go because, you know, you never know. Not until I hear the words do I let my officers or witnesses go.
I thought he was on Zoom.
Yes, but he's.
Oh, they renamed him in the. He never had the video on, so I didn't know that he was in our space downstairs. No.
Defendant's downstairs. Did you know that?
Yeah, I seen him walk in.
Uh-huh.
I said he was in a Zoom room talking, so he must talk.
Mhm.
So much.
No, it's not.
If he doesn't show up.
Listen, you. Last Friday, Kevin came and put it up. Yeah. It's just command strips.
Oh, really?
The guy's out of Livonia. That wall just looks so plain and bare. I couldn't take it anymore.
I like that from back there. It really looks good.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Fine, Mark,
boats, put some boats in there, ships.
That's what I told my husband. I said, I wish I had a little like star or something to approximate where we are, but we'll see.
Right now. You want yellow or black marker?
Nice Sharpie.
Also, we're waiting for
1 o'clock and then we have 1:30 and a 2 o'clock still. That's the rumor in the street.
okay, that's okay. The defendant, right?
Mhm.
Judge, the 1:30 is not gonna go.
Lies you tell. You
Why
don't
did I
know, you
tell?
don't know?
Yeah, the officer told me he's not coming.
Oh,
Just
well.
called me and said, decided not to come.
That's interesting. You had the conversation with Mr. Noakes?
No, I thought it was Mr. Sullivan though, and I don't have numbers on them.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we talking about? No, I have Mr. Noakes with Miss Lomanek.
Oh, do you have a number on him? I'll call him.
I have, oh, no, hold on 1 second. 313-418-8511.
Okay, I'll call him right now.
Thank you. Mr. Baylo, I see you, sir. Let's see if we can get Mr. Bickert. Give me one
Yeah,
moment.
I talked to him at 11:30.
I saw him this morning and reminded him at 1 o'clock as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're working on it right now. May 27th, possibly. And I didn't want to do them separately because transporting twice, they're two different offense state, two different issues, so we might wind up doing them separately, but I would rather try to do them all at the same time. Yes, ma'am. You too, thank you. Good to see you as always. What? You. Marianne, we need to make the suggestion that people not walk through that room when someone's using the Zoom.
Yeah, that is true.
That's Mr. Noakes. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. It's being recorded still. 201-488-FY, State of Michigan versus Sarah Lomanak.
May it please the Honorable the court, William Noakes, P42796, submitted the Defender Service Report on behalf of Ms. Sarah Lomanak, who isn't present today because she's still in the custody of the company.
Thank you.
Officer on this case for Adam Duroff was actually, I believe, in the red. I do too. And he was going to pick her up, but he called me a little half hour or so ago and said that he's not coming. I said, this will probably be dismissed. And he said, I know, I don't care.
All righty then, your motion, Mr. Noakes. Defense motion to dismiss is granted. No, ma'am. Anything else, Ms. Gillis? Anything else, Mr. Noakes? Mr. Noakes, if you have a way to get in touch with Mr. Bickert, he has a client here for a 1 o'clock exam. It was my understanding that it was going to be a waiver.
I will check and see if I have his phone number.
Thank you, sir.
He's relatively new to NBS, so I don't know that I have any.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Kevin's, oh, here he is. Don't go anywhere. He's here. If you want to Zoom or if you want to stay physically here, it doesn't matter. This is 2100, excuse me, 210076FY, State of Michigan versus Curtis Todd Baylo. Hey, your appearances, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
May it please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Bickert appearing on behalf of Mr. Baylo, who's present via Zoom. Your Honor, good afternoon.
And Mr. Baylo, if you would say your name for the record, please, sir.
Curtis Todd Baylog.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned preliminary examination in this matter. How are we proceeding this afternoon, Ms. Gillis?
Well, my officer's here. We're ready to proceed, but my understanding is Mr. Bickert is going to have a waiver.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've explained to Mr. Baylo as right to a preliminary exam in this matter, the people's burden to establish probable cause and how they would attempt to do so in this particular case, Your Honor. And based on our conversation, Mr. Baylo would like to waive his right to a preliminary exam and agree to be bound over, Your Honor.
Mr. Baylo, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You put your hand down. You've had an opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney, including the consequences you face and your rights this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you've been advised that you have a right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime was committed and that probable cause existed to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing that you still wish to waive your right to have this examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your exam?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Bicker, inasmuch as you and your client appear by Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to execute the waiver on behalf of yourself and your client?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
This court is signing the waiver on behalf of Mr. Bicker and Mr. Baylo. The next step in these proceedings is that the defendant will be bound over as previously charged. The next appearance date in this matter will be an arraignment on the information on May 11th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Sir, your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bicker?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much. That concludes this matter. Mr. Baylo, thank you for your patience this morning and last week, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did he tell you the female dope case?
We just dismissed that one.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you got your.
Yeah, they came in on the record and did it already.
So we have one left?
We have one left at 2 o'clock.
Okay,
That's the story.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
was like, yeah. Right. We got informed about it. So we got. Right. And. He watched more than he after a while. He doesn't understand. And this guy witnesses, so. Actually. But I could use some bad news here, so that. Well, then later we get. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh, yes. And that was a trial where the. Yeah. Oh, Zoom ruined my willingness to dress up. I was like, I'm gonna wear like Spanx pants. I'm like, and for a while it was only Europe. Real bad. Yeah. We didn't. Zoom. What's nice is we don't have any. I don't want a costume. Yeah. That is not true.
Thirty-fourth District Court's now in session. And release and mark the set.
You may be seated. I don't know why you pretend that we're formal. This is 210493 FY, State of Michigan versus Michael Anthony Mendes. May I have your appearances, please?
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, PA 5191 on behalf of Michael Mendes, who's present.
And sir, your name, please.
Michael Mendes.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the in-person preliminary examination. Ms. Gillis, are the people ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time we do business.
Any response, Ms. Gillis?
Nothing.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. This case is hereby dismissed without prejudice. Anything further from the people?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything further on behalf of the defendant? Thank you. This matter is concluded, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Yep, I'll take it. Okay.
Leave the Zoom up. Take it off of YouTube, but leave it up. Jane has
Oh, yeah.
hearings. Oh, I'm just gonna take it back take host back for you and take it down.